I'm so glad you guys got jewels, so I didn't have to be the one to be the nerd and be like, what about the unit of energy that measures electricity or whatever? Yo. But also I can't think of, wait, no, yeah, I can't think of anything. What about freaking, I don't know. Good work, chat. Good work, good work, good work. Energy capable of doing work. See, this is why the meta. Okay. So, I have heard some people. I think I've heard you say Mitha, but then I hear other people say Mitha. Is it Mitha or Mitha? I feel like I've asked this before, but I'm dense. You know, denser than 7 joules of I got nothing. I'm an English major. I'm an English major, sorry. Both are valid. I am going for the secret third option of Mitha. Well, why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Hold on, strange noise. Let me, why? Let me fix that for you. Let me fix that for you. Where? Why didn't it work? Hold on. Cat fighter? Is that what it is? Was it this? Oh, no, that's not it. Hold on. Sorry, chat. I want to do my intro and be like a generic, you know, I want to do my intro and do my stupid VTuber thing, but I gotta figure out why that redeem didn't work. Give me a second. I gotta look in my, what are these called? Whatever, I'm just gonna test it here. Twitch channel points. I don't know. It's kind of weird. No, do not exit mixed up. Hold on, does everything else work? Give me one sec. Does this work? That works. Does this work? Huh? Does... Wait, do they all just not work? Okay, half of them work. Actually, wait, is it just the VTube Studio? No, whatever. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I'm just gonna do this manually for you, whatever. Here, what's up? What's up, stream? How's it going? What's poppin'? How y'all doing? Oh no, go away, Penguin. Oh, okay, you're just here now, I guess. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. It's me, Rika Readman, your favorite... Why are my captions doubling up? Your favorite fucking stupid-ass cat, you know how it is. Not stupid, like, you know, not smart, but like stupid, like... Damn, how does she get away with this shit? You know what I mean? Stupid, like cheap. Like when you have a strategy in a competitive game that's really, really strong, you call that shit cheap? You call that shit stupid? That's me. I'm overpowered. Bigger Alfredo theory. Anyway, welcome in Mitha, welcome in Huggenbug, welcome in Uma, Strange Noise, Mismatched Mimic, Satan. Thank you, Satan. I'm very glad to see you all the time. You know, you've been a constant in my life ever since I was born, and honestly, I just feel blessed by your presence. Thank you. Which is really funny when you think about it. Because obviously, I'm older than tiny Satan. So I'm blatantly lying. Unless we're talking about biblical, historical? Was Satan a real person? I think Satan is only an angel, which means it's decidedly not real. Possibly. I don't fucking know. I made a presentation about cheap for school. Like, how does that presentation work? I'm very curious. It is lost in a drive of an account I can't access anymore. Have you considered not losing it? Have you considered not losing it, Goober? Anyway, it's probably been time. We're going back. Let me test this command to make sure that it actually works too. So, palette swap? Oh, I actually guessed right on the timer. I actually guessed correctly on the timer. Damn, I'm actually kind of sick with it. So let me just make sure that this works. 7? Okay. I guess it was just a momentary hiccup. Palette swap works just fine, chat. None of them are real religions, a tool for society to control minority groups. I mean, Christianity, probably. I know a lot of Native American culture is technically what would be considered religion, so like, you know, I'm hesitant to write off all religion like that, right? However, I will never have kind words for Christianity. I'm sorry. I will. Actually, I'm not really that sorry. But you know how it is. You know how it is. You know what it is. It was about a word of our choice. You're so right. I'll just find it. Okay, Hug and Bug. Have you ever considered? That doesn't work on this model mimic. Hug and Bug, have you ever considered just using Control F to find your report or whatever, your presentation? Just Control F. If you work in the business like me, you know, Control H. It's your best friend. I'm a cult survivor. Yeah, I know a surprising amount of people who detail their experiences as being in a cult with like paid religions and stuff, and so like a lot of religions that are centered. Chat, we're 15 minutes into the stream and talking about religion. What is going on here? I find that a lot of those religions that end up being exploitative are mostly rooted in like, you know, the like, what do you call that? Like the Roman Catholic type of thing. Those are the kind I'm always sketchy about. And like, if people, like Dan said, also hello, not Dan, welcome in. Like Not Dan says, there are good, I've met plenty of Christians and Catholics who are good people, decent people. You know, people who have read the Bible and actually like take the message to heart instead of the pop culture version of it. Speaking as a former Christianity practicer. But it is a rare combo. It is rare. And I think most of the time when I hear anything that is like cult-like, or, you know, like, pay us money and we will salvage your soul, it is usually rooted in like the like Eurocentric Catholic beliefs, you know. Meanwhile, it's been something I've had to wrestle with for a very long time in my life because I am half Mexican, right? I'm half Native American and half Mexican. Native American religions, there's a lot of gods, there's a lot of different beliefs, depending on, you know, what tribe you're from, what nation you're from. The Lakota, I think it's the Lakota in general, where the tribe I'm from, we believe in, like, the Great Spirit, who is just, like, present in everything, but also believe that kind of, like, everything has its own spirit that should be cherished, you know? I've read that that it's a type of animism, I think is the word. But anyway, you know, I like that. But also, it is very, very common in Mexican communities, especially Mexican-American communities, I think, that all the people practice Catholicism or, you know, Christianity. And so, like, I grew up with Christian parents and grandparents, well, my mom at least, and my grandparents on her side. And I grew up going to church, like, every week. And so, like, it's something I grew up with, but also, my mom stopped going to church for a while when I, like, hit my preteens, so I did not have to keep going, and I was just like, yeah, this kind of sucks, actually. And, as I got older, and she started to go back into religion, I was like, nah, I'm good. Let's see. It was a Google account. I can't access. Wait. Oh, that's right. Because nowadays they have you all store everything on the cloud, huh? Locked behind your Google account. You fucked. Your presentation is gone, Huggenbug. I was born into Mormonism. I can't say I've only heard awful things about Mormonism. I have known one family from Mormonism who were happy with it, you know? Happy and satisfied with it. When I worked as a security guard at this car lot, there was this, you know, this older lady who she would drive her truck towing a bunch of vehicles in for us to, like, auction. And I'd always check her out, and she had her daughter who was, like, early 30s? Late 20s? Early 30s? And, she had, like, 2 or 3 kids that she always had with her. Did they always have? Yeah, that they sometimes had with them. And, like, we would just talk about stuff. They would tell me about how, like, they're Mormon and, like, you know, they practice the religion and stuff. But, like, they seemed to have a healthier relationship with it than I think a lot of devoutly religious people tend to have. Outspoken, devoutly religious people, I should say. Because, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who are religious and just don't talk about it out loud very often, right? And the people who usually do talk about it a lot are the ones trying to convince you to join their religion, or, like, just want to push their standards onto you, whether you're a non-practicer or whether you are a practitioner or not. Anyway, me and the younger woman used to, like, flirt with each other every time they would come through. And I genuinely had a time of my life when I'm like, I like this older lady, but do I want to become a Mormon? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Thank you, Kumabot Defender. You're doing good work. Chat, can we get some salutes in chat for Kumabot Defender deleting 2 bots before I even had to see them? Let's see. Take the message to heart without taking cherry-pick passages literally to fit their worldview. Exactly. Because, like, in theory, Christianity, Catholicism, whatever, they're like, treat people good, accept people, you know, don't be a dickhead, spread joy. And somehow people are like, this means that we should hate homos, you know? This means we should, persecute minorities. And it's just like, man. second word. It sounds interesting. Shinto adjacent. I'm not familiar with Shinto stuff, but like, I'm pretty sure Native Americans. Oh well, I mean like any kind of like spirituality is probably gonna sound similar to each other, right? That's in regards to Native American stuff and Shinto stuff, I guess. I'm not familiar with it at all. Churches have tried to convert me twice on the bus now. On the bus? Damn. Also, hi, Polly. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. What's poppin'? What's gaming? What's... I got nothing. I got nothing, sorry. Curry does this thing. My friend Curry does this thing where they'll be like, what's poppin'? What's poopin'? What's shitting and scooping? And I think it's a reference to a song. I don't know. But like every time I say what's poppin', I want to start saying that. And I'm like, nope, I'm not going to ask y'all what's shitting and scooping. Immediately looks that bot up. Mitha, if you're... So I have Kumabot Defender, I have Seribot, and I have Nightbot. I honestly think Seribot is the best one. I'm actually kind of thinking of phasing out Nightbot because of like the thing I use, Mix It Up, to like manage all my redeems and stuff. Kind of does everything I want Nightbot to do. So, you know. I also, this weekend, I need to figure out how to do overlays, because I'm pretty sure Mix It Up's app lets you do overlay stuff, like redeems. Not redeems, like when you get like a follow, a sub, a raid, or something. So I gotta study up into how to do that this weekend, because I have been slacking on getting rid of stream elements, because it has been known for a while that the stream elements people are really shitty. I'm just really forgetful oh yeah, I use stream elements. I'm the type of person, I'll just set it and forget it, right? I'll edit something once and then just never touch it or acknowledge it again. And I'm just like, oh yeah, it's those guys. I don't want to use their shit. So I gotta get on that this weekend. Anyway, I don't need to worship anything else when I already have Tired Ratman. You know Tired Ratman? I love those thighs. The fishnet thighs. It's weekend time. I'm exhausted and ready to big chill. Don't freeze. Oh my god. So, my girlfriend, Penguin Princess Shogun VTuber, right? Ice themed. She used to have this redeem that was just Mr. Freeze popping up randomly on the screen. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze. And just saying ice puns. And it's like, man. And just him saying, don't freeze, has been stuck in my head, like, since we started dating. I only use Siri now? Yeah, Siri is good. You know that urinal name where it's a urinal meme where it's a row of empty ones except for one dude and then somebody comes in right beside him to tell him he's vegan or something? It was like that on the bus. Mostly empty, they sat beside and in front of me, trapping me in and tried to spread the word of God. That sounds like... See, this is what the, politicians want you to think gang violence is like, but really, it's not. It's worse than what gang violence is. Being mobbed by people being like, praise our Lord who probably considers your existence a sin. You know, normal things. Normal things. Anyway, for all intents and purposes, I am not a religion practitioner. Like I said, my views probably line up best with animism, whatever. So, like, you know, I got no stakes in any of this shit. I just know, I'm not like, keep it away from me, but I'm just like, Don't make it your entire personality. As long as you don't make it your entire personality, I know what you are. It's the homophobic dog stare, but instead of the pride flag, it's like the Holy Bible. I'm sorry, I can't say that with a straight face. Can you bonk them now? No. I have to legally say that. Because if I encourage you to commit violence against people, then I get banned from Twitch. However, what you do in your free time, that is completely up to you. It is completely, entirely up to you. And live your best life, Oomphy. Live your best life. I'm drinking coffee. Alright, chat. Isn't the whole make it your entire personality one of the attacks lines used on trans people in recent years and gay folks in the 60s? Yeah, it is. I'm reclaiming that. If people can say that they're reclaiming the F slur, I'm reclaiming don't make it your entire personality for everyone else, alright? I mean... yeah, but yeah, that's where I got it from. You know? This is my, my favorite thing to do is to, like, take things people will say to, like, aggress or offend somebody and just flip it around. I love Uno reversing the haters. What about illegally? No. No illegality. A few weeks ago, I saw on Fox News they're trying to reclaim the... Huh?! No, 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 no way, no way. Nazi reclamation. Word reclamation. Gutfeld sparks backlash after reclaiming Nazi has his own N-word beneath contempt. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the... Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? You need to what? Okay, you know what? Let me just finish reading this. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it, Greg Gutfeld declared on Tuesday. Are you saying you're a Nazi then? Are you saying you have to reclaim the word Nazi because you're a... Hmm. You know, every time I think, surely it can't get more ridiculous. It gets more ridiculous. Fox News resident comedian Greg Gutfeld declared Tuesday that conservatives, okay, by referring to themselves as Nazis, who is themselves, prompting critics to call the host beneath contempt for his normalization of Nazism. During a segment on Fox News' top-rated panel show, The Five, Gutfeld and his fellow co-host discussed the recent immigration raid at a California cannabis farm that featured protesters confronting immigration and customs enforcement agents, griping about Democrats' violent anti-ICE rhetoric. I have so many words about that, but I'm not gonna... They've been repeated verbatim by people more verbose than me. which has become a significant talk point. Authorities nabbed 300 farm workers, killed a 57-year-old. Called for them to be sent to the concentration camps. Insisted the professor's actions. The educator claims he was moving the canister out from under a wheelchair when he was talked by ICE agents, are why progressive criticism of Republicans and the Trump administration's mass torture efforts don't hold any water. To make his point, he said that right-wingers should deflect the accusations that they're veering towards fascism by reclaiming the word Nazi for themselves. Some progressives have referred to, okay. This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this and Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. I can't say that with a straight face! That statement alone, we need to learn from the blacks, is already charged enough coming from a white dude trying to reclaim the word Nazi! Some progressives who... I mean, I think all progressives are referring to ICE agents and Trump's agenda as Nazi-ish, you know? Okay, hold on, let's catch up on chat. I need a break from this. Let's see, yeah, Fox is going there. It actually is a thing, which it's insane. What up, my Nazi? I'm legally allowed to bite your kneecaps. I'm allowed to grab your gun because anyone saying this shit probably carries one. And fire it harmlessly into the ground. Comedian. There's somebody leaves the logic I want to point out, but I'm just gonna stick to it. No, see, this is the thing, Mimic. This is... I'm sure you're familiar enough with American politics, but, like, this is what conservatives in America are all about. Is, like, egregious leaps in logic. Like, at least since we've started having Trump in power as early as 2016, the Conservative Party here, the Republicans, kind of have been doing this thing where they go for these really extreme attempts, you know, try to make some extreme policies or like just say some extreme shit, some like way out there shit that they know people are going to rightfully strike down and not allow to happen and call it out. And that is because they do that so that people will focus on the egregious, ridiculous thing. We should be allowed to imprison queer people. No, that's ridiculous. That's awful. Okay, we'll meet you halfway. We'll just make it illegal to transition. Yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, that's not as bad. It's that strategy. And unfortunately, it's working. America. Overton window? I didn't know there was a term for that, yeah. The Gestapo. Under German law, I'm allowed to do a lot more than that. Yeah, German laws and stuff are, like, really harsh on anybody who, like, tries to call themselves a Nazi or something, right? Like, I have a German friend, and I'm pretty sure he mentioned that, if anyone basically does Nazi shit or tries to say they're a Nazi, they, like, get hit really hard. It is working, carrying a dino grabber. Okay, no, read the rest. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my... Genuinely speechless. I don't know how to respond to this. I am very good at talking and yapping and making shit up on the fly, chat. I cannot think of anything to say in response to this. What? What? Alright. I will try my best to read this excerpt with a straight face. Gutfeld continued, the way they are able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's What up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi? Nazi, please. A gleeful Kennedy interjected while co-host Jesse Waters giggled in the background. Thank God you did a hard eye there, Gutfeld quipped. I hate it here, chat. I fucking hate it here. There's a specific one where if a new Nazi party comes into power and you had the chance to stop them, you go to jail because of your civic duty to prevent that by any means. See, like, I feel like the problem is with America. If legitimately the same Nazi party, the same, like, I don't remember the name, the same party born from the roots of, you know, Hitler and all his shit, did try to take power in America, probably the same thing. I don't think anybody would complain about, you know, taking up arms and stopping them. The problem is that the Conservative Party is moving the goalpost as to what is considered Nazism, what is considered neo-Nazism, what is considered fascism, what is considered white supremacy type of thing. Like, it is genuinely insane. This whole excerpt is genuinely insane. This is not a thing somebody who is of sound mind says. We were talking about cults earlier, and cults are not limited to religious factions. Sometimes it's a political faction, and that is exactly what this is. I promise Trump doesn't have a mustache. I can draw one on him. The Nazis were actively making strides in the United States, and then the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Nazi Party had a rally at Madison Square Gardens. Jeez. You know. It didn't take long for the Fox News segment to make waves and draw an intense amount of backlash and outrage over Gutfield's pained analogy. These quotes, even if said in jest, would destroy the careers of any other journalist on any other mainstream national media platform, but Fox doesn't employ journalists, and doesn't have any journalistic or decency standards. What's a ZTO? What is ZTO? New Media Organization? Oh, okay. Leftist streamer Hassan Piker bluntly observed that we've officially gotten to the point where Fox News commentators are comfortably calling themselves Nazis. While conservative writer Kathy Young said these people are really beneath contempt. Even, okay, honestly, this is the main thing. Oh, the Nazis did learn from America? I'm not surprised to hear that, actually. Which fucking blows. My counterpoint is America's always been a religion, cross your heart and pray to the flag. Oh, yeah, actually, absolutely, 100%. I think one of the things that always, like, because I'm dating somebody who lives in Canada, right? And I think the first time I told her, like, about us having, like, a national anthem that they made every single kid do in school, and you would get in trouble if you didn't do it, she was like, what the fuck? That's weird. Mehdi Hassan got fired from CNN for being pro-Palestine, so he started his own media company. Oh, that's hype, actually. That is hype. Anyway, as I was saying, this is my main piece of hope. Is we're hitting a point where you're starting to see a decent amount of even conservatives looking at what the Republican Party is doing and being like, no, that's fucked up. No. You know, it's like in 2020 with the elections, how genuinely people not wanting Trump in office was enough to change historically conservative states and stuff to vote Democrat, you know? Unfortunately, a lot of my hope is coming from at least the people who are allied with the worst people in the country. Have to, at least some of y'all gotta recognize that this shit's ridiculous. Yeah, hello, Shy Nucka Nucka, welcome in. Germany has the opposite. It's illegal to sing the lyrics. Damn. Damn. but not like the German, wait, of like the German national anthem, or like... Oh no, this shit is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Oh, you go play KH game? KH? I don't play Kingdom Hearts. My fault. I'm not a Disney fan. Let's see. The segment represented the normalization of Nazism in real time. Blah, blah, blah. If it's possible for a Nazi to jump the shark, this Nazi has jumped the shark. Oh my god. I can't believe that happened half a month ago, and I'm only finding out about it today, honestly. Kingdom Hearts, you should play it. Oh! I would consider it. Maybe. There's a lot on my list that I want to play. Maybe. They're considered too pro-German supremacy. It's time to make a new national anthem that says, "What's up? We're here, we're silly. Don't call me Billy." That's my national anthem. The best is the right-wing people demanding that Epstein files get released, and they were told, but Bill Clinton might be on it. Are you okay with that? Oh my god. Like... How do I say this? I don't shy away from talking about politics, right? But there's some things I just think shouldn't be considered politics. Epstein? That's not politics. That is human decency. Or the lack thereof in this case. Release the files. Please persecute people who are actively participating in a human child trafficking ring. I think that's the technical term for it. That is... It's like that one XQC video, you know? They release the files and people you like, you know, get in trouble for it. They're not getting canceled. They're going to jail. They committed a crime. Trans people living their lives should not be political. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Trans people aren't political. Stopping sex trafficking is not political. Nazism should not be political? I mean, I guess technically on paper, it's the Nazi Party, which was a political party, so I guess that is political, but like, it's transcended that at this point. Like, they're so focused on supporting a side, they don't realize the people that don't like them have principles. This has been my biggest issue with participating in politics in America for the longest time, is it frustrates me to no end that people are too obsessed with supporting their side to, like, practice human decency, right? Like, I figured this shit out when I was like 13 years old. 13? When was I 13? I was like 2004 elections? Yeah, here we go. Was it John Kerry? I'm pretty sure it was John Kerry. It was Bush versus Kerry. And my grandma told me she wanted to vote for Kerry specifically because she thought he was handsome. And I'm just like, Grandma? I'm a teenager and I understand that's kind of weird. That's kind of a weird basis to vote the president of our United States in on. It's, how do I say? It's very, what's the word for that? Bipartisan? It's that, like, when it comes to anything political, America as a whole, I think, is too obsessed with, like, our side has to win. And the problem with that is you are, one, basing the trajectory of the country as a whole on, my team didn't win the politics ball, so, you know, I'm mad. I'm gonna go storm the Capitol or something. Two, you are letting these really old people who do not know how to touch grass completely manipulate you by just, you know, forcing certain opinions and views onto you just because you have a specific political leaning, you know? It's, wokeism. When the Conservative Party started using the word woke, of just like, oh, you guys are doing that. You guys are trying to weaponize that word so that you can just use it as a buzzword for anyone who's conservative to use, so they don't have to think about the specifics. It's just the new calling something gay. You know? Like, damn, this shit is expensive. That's gay. You know? Except now, damn, this shit's expensive. That's woke. You know? Like, damn. I kind of don't like minorities. Too woke for me. You know? It's just a buzzword. And you see it all the time in online debates and conversations, is people will just resort to using these buzzwords so that they do not have to critically think about things or actually deeply analyze what they were talking about. And the worst part of this is not just limited to, like, the conservative people, right? Because then you get the left-leaning people who also do the same thing. They use buzzwords, and a big problem with the left-leaning people is they use appeals to empathy and assume that everyone is playing that same empathy game that they are. And so, like, they also don't address the root cause of the issue. A lot of the thing I see from, like, online debates and arguments is just, like, right-leaning people, that's woke, etc., etc. And the thing I see from left-leaning people is, a normal, how do I say? You know, they expect, I don't know how to sum it up in one phrase, but, like, a lot of left-leaning people expect everyone to have, like, a good moral compass when they do not. So appeals to that moral compass do not work. Oh, sorry, chat. I don't usually talk about politics this deeply, but y'all got me started talking about it now. This is why I always reserve a spot on my stream for, we get political sometimes because of these little rants I can do. Nazism has always been political, but it's also a human rights issue. Yeah, it's like evolved past simply politics. Americans treat politics like the British treat football. You're born into a side, you cannot change it, and nothing your side does can be considered wrong. It's absurd. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Trust me, I was born into a a conservative family, you know? A good old Christian, conservative, you know, when you grow up, you're gonna marry some girl out of high school, start having kids, and take care of me in my old age type of conservative parents. I learned very young that, like, hey, there's a lot of fucked up shit going on. I'm not dealing with all that. Also, hello, Delantia, welcome in. The number of times we've had a bad person voted in here because he acts like a normal person. No, yeah. Exactly. Statistically speaking, the taller candidate usually wins. That's how shallow it is. Yeah, 100%. So that my political stance is trans rights. Anything that supports trans rights, I'm in favor of. Anything that hurts trans rights, I'm against. And everything extends from that logically. See, I don't even... What is my political stance? Honestly, I think my political stance is, don't do Reaganomics Part 3 or 4 or whatever one we're on now. Do not... Okay. Honestly, my political stance was That fucking old white dude said that he wants to run his... Oh, let me drink. Sorry, let me drink. My political stance is that fucking old white dude said he wants to run his campaign on the basis of deporting all Mexican people in this country, whether they're here legally or not. I'm Mexican. Die. Fuck off. I mean... Sorry, you can't say hyperbolic things like die when you're talking about politics, because then the chuds will use that to write off your entire argument. And honestly, because I follow a lot of political discussion, a lot of political talk, that is why I take my approach to all arguments and debates like, you know, if you have ever seen me beef with anyone, you will understand I will never ever use hyperbole. I will remain as calm as I possibly can. I will appeal to logic and sense, and I will do my damn best to form an argument that cannot be written off. Because I'm used to these kinds of debates. I'm used to these conversations. I'm used to this kind of shit. So that's why I will never say, damn, I wish that old dude in Washington, D.C. was fucking dead right now. Instead, we will use kind words, such as, damn, I sure hope that dude gets impeached, you know? And then whatever happens to him off camera, well, you know, not my business. What people do in the privacy of their own home with their legally owned firearms is not my business. I'm not a believer. Well, not a believer. How do I say? I am not a fan of owning firearms, so I don't have any, but I can't. It's America. It's a free country. Anyone who has guns out there, y'all can do whatever you want. Let's see. The price of eggs is not woke. The price of eggs is very woke, according to the Republican Party, actually. The whole country... So what you're saying is the whole country needs to be dominated by a giant woman, huh? Alright. Well, where some people are just ontologically evil, some people... I was also born in a conservative Republican family. Yeah. This is the funny thing, right? You're born into a conservative family, and you either become... Well, no. I was gonna say, if you're born into a conservative family here in America, you either become a closet racist, or you become, like... the fruitiest, most liberal person in existence. There is no in between. And that's just the nature of, like, American politics and its effect on the family. Something funny I noticed is even though we all realize the sad reality that people just pick a side and stick to it, the Democratic political strategy is geared toward trying to get the people who vote for the other side to switch, instead of energizing the people on their side that are hesitant or disillusioned, which in turn breeds more apathy. Yeah. I mean, this is the big thing, is... if you follow political talk in America a lot... Also, hi, Winter, welcome in. If you follow political talk in America, a lot of people have stated that, like, Democrats are very... they're like wet dog energy. Pathetic wet dog energy. There's not really any fight in them. They are more interested in keeping the status quo and returning everything to neutral than, like, actively trying to turn things to anything new, right? When a dude like Bernie Sanders is considered extreme, when he's mild at best, nah. You know. Yeah. Dad was the talk radio conservative, mom kept her politics to herself. Chat. Delantia, I'm sorry, I'm gonna riff off of what you said right there. Dad was a talk radio conservative, mom kept her politics to herself. I was in a relationship with a woman for 4 years and broke up with her because when Trump got elected, me as a Mexican dating her was very worried, and she's like, oh, you're overreacting, you're exaggerating, it'll be fine. And I'm just like, I don't think this is, you know, it's been a good couple years together. I don't think there's a future here if you don't understand. If I think I think it's very important because, like, with how extreme politics have gotten in this country, I think it's very important to, like, see eye to eye on that kind of thing with your romantic partner or partners, you know? Like, even though I'm dating a woman who lives in Canada, who experiences way different political stuff, who doesn't even really follow politics that much, I believe. Even she, like, understands where I'm coming from and, like, understands what's going on with America, and, like, we see eye to eye on that shit. You know? That's how I know she's a keeper. As a... So, you know. When you say something like your dad was a talk radio conservative and your mom kept politics to herself, I'm just like... That seems like the driest relationship I've ever seen, I'm sorry. Let's see. Yeah, Winter hydrated me. You assume he'd leave power if he was impeached? You would assume so. I hope you guys get another election. Me too, strange noise. Me too. The price of eggs is not worth the wear and tear on the chicken? That's a devious thing to say. A massive raging leftist, so yeah, I'm definitely fruity. Yeah, you are fruity. I don't even know if I can call myself a leftist, honestly. Because, like, here's the thing. Financially and fiscally, I think the way I approach those topics is more in line with, like, the right, you know? I mean, like, I'm not trying to eliminate welfare or anything, but, like, actually, no, that's a lie. As I get older, I think my financial views go more left. And of course, my social views are extremely left. Yeah, never mind. I think in my mid-20s, I kind of was, like, more, like, right-leaning on financial stuff, and then as I got older, I'm like, no. Yeah, never mind. Sorry. It's been a while since I've discussed this shit. The way you can yeah, that's the thing, is as I got older, that's kind of what I realized. It's kind of what I realized is, like, they think only the rich should have the money, and I'm just like, no. As I got older, I realized that, and I no longer agree. The racists do not get to define what woke is. When a guy who won't stop killing children is left-wing, you know. So he rode down a golden escalator and said, Mexico sends rapists and criminals, you're overreacting. Exactly! Exactly! You know? As a half Mexican... Half Mexican? Yeah, half Mexican, I'm just like... Honestly... I wouldn't consider... Okay, I wouldn't consider someone a keeper just because they agree with your anti-Trump stance. I feel like that's the bare minimum. It was more like that was the last puzzle piece, right? It's because she's not in America that, like, we hadn't talked about politics much. But, like, it was when I realized that I could talk to her about the political shit that pisses me off, and she got it. It was when I was like, oh, hell nah, we're vibing. On top of everything else. It's because we didn't talk about politics until later in our relationship. If it was an American, it probably would have been one of the first things we talked about, though. Let's see. What did I miss? So much for yoga conservative as you get older? Yeah, you know. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Genuinely, I haven't cared much for politics ever since we elected Trump an additional time. Because, you know, I had faith in the country. My faith has been destroyed. He is still running on the fuck Mexicans platform. I have no hope and no faith in y'all Americans anymore. I'm out. Later. Just kidding, we got an ad break. See y'all in a few minutes. Let's play some words on stream. I gotta cool down after that. Political talk always gets me really heated. See y'all in a few minutes. Gamers? Alright. I may have ranted my throat a little raw there. You know, not the thing I would like to be making my throat raw right now, but you know, you can't have everything, you know what I mean? So, let's get into Ace Attorney. Anyway. Oh my. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Listen, I miss my girlfriend very much. I miss her. It's been a little over 2 months since we've last seen each other. Alright? A woman has needs. Anyway, hello everybody. Thank you all for putting up with my ramblings about politics. I understand most VTuber watchers don't care for politics, and I'm glad that y'all stuck around. Because you know what? It's a part of the experience. There we go. I didn't know how to word it. Even though I think most of y'all aren't even American. Maybe like half of you. Think about my ex's shitty politics from when they were dating. Seems like they've gotten better last I saw their social media. Yeah. You know. Time fixes us all and all that. Alright, chat. Can't have anything in this political climate. Honestly, my biggest concern was, like, that border crossing into Canada was gonna be a lot harder with, like, the current climate here, but, like, it hasn't been that bad. All that's really happened is the border patrol, the border security guards are more aggressive, but they're kind of always assholes, so it's whatever. I got here just as the edging begun. Let's go! Hello, Daniel! It's the coming back. Yeah, I mean, like, it usually... They have, like, a checklist of questions they ask you, right? The main thing is just their attitudes have gotten shittier in recent months. But that's kind of whatever. It's like dealing with, like, customer service or something. Sometimes you get shitty people, sometimes you get nice people. But anyway, I was gonna say something. Chat, but I can't remember it now. Oh god, sorry, it's on the tip of my brain. God, I wish... You know, I need to go see my girlfriend. I keep almost saying some sus shit. I could just drive through the tunnel into Canada, whatever you wanted, and they wouldn't say shit. There's a tunnel? Canada? Wait. I kind of want to move there. Officially a level 55 warrior? Yo, let's go. Let's go, Daniel. Sussy Baka. Something like that. What was I gonna say, though? Oh! Chat. I wanted to ask y'all about some shit. Actually, you want me to say the sus crap for you? No. That's mine to say. Okay. Here's the thing. So... sometimes I'll, like, try to do a special stream or something for my birthday, but it's always kind of low-key. And I'm like, I kind of want to do some shit for my birthday month this month, because it's at the end of the month. But I'm also like, I got no fucking idea what the people like. If y'all have any ideas for what to do for, like, a birthday stream, or, like, maybe, like, a birthday month thing, I was kind of thinking, I'm like, maybe I could push to, like, hit some goals, right? Because I've been at, like, the high end of 1,800 followers for a while. And it would be cool to push for 2,000 even, just as, like, a benchmark. But also, I think I would rather focus on getting more, like, average viewers if I'm gonna focus on a number thing, right? Okay, wait, what's the Capcom intern doing? Clearly you should marathon your way through some gay VNs. God, I should. Intern day? No, it's Yaoi Day! It's Yaoi Day! Wait, Uma, if you're still here, can you confirm that August 1st is Yaoi Day? Because of, like, 801 is Yaoi? Is what I've been hearing. Or the Yuri strategy game. Oh, that game looks so neat, actually. Where the hell is my display capture? Oh, goodbye. Hey chat, can I be honest with you? 801? I saw a thing that was like, yeah, 8 is Ya, 0 is O, and 1 is E. Yaoi. Apparently. I don't know if that's real or not, and I thought to ask an actual, like, Japanese speaker. Oh, okay. So you're correct. So it is really Yaoi Day. Alright, perfect. I'm a fan. I'm all for it. Thank you for the penguin. What did you send me? Capcom intern here. In honor of National Capcom Intern Day, I was allowed to create one unsupervised post. Please enjoy my top cross-game unrealistic Capcom ships. I will not offer any explanation. Drop your pics below and tell them not to fire me. Okay, chat, hold on. Before we start this game, look at this fucking post. This Capcom intern said, in honor of National Intern Day, I was allowed to create one unsupervised post, please enjoy my top cross-game unrealistic Capcom ships. Lagiacrus X Dante from Devil May Cry. Lady Dimitrescu with me, the Capcom intern. You know, a good self-ship. We love Yume Joshis. Yume Joshis, I think? But like the guy version. Virgil Edgeworth. Who will win the edge off? I don't know about that one. Diana Pragmata versus Mega Man. Robot kids learn to love. I've never heard of Pragmata. I've never heard of Pragmata, but like, she's kind of creepy looking. Sorry, child. This intern is a coward. Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. Just for edge off? Yeah, I love the edge off. Anyway, speaking of... I can't say it. I'm sorry, chat. I really can't say it. Speaking of edging it off... Hello, everybody! Welcome to Ace Attorney Investigations, Case 3. And... we are... at the final confrontation. Former. We are getting abused like Edgeworth abuses... him... I can't finish it. I'm sorry. My joy and whimsy is gone. Anyway, anyone else got a broken module in their Twitch bar? Have you tried refreshing? Or opening a different browser? Whoopsie. I did try refreshing? Oh, damn. So many people going about how great Big Woman Vampire is, but not one of them mentions her dragon-like monster form. I don't even know she had a dragon-like monster form. I also, Dimitrescu is not my type, so, you know. Fuck other browsers. Real! Alright, chat. So, to sum up the story so far, Edgeworth goes to an amusement park in order to pick up a hostage who had a ransom for him. Edgeworth then gets knocked out and trapped in a room, and is then saved by a high school girl ninja. And then we must investigate a murder, because a body has been found. Rika's scared of them being too tall? No, I just am not into... how do I say? I'm not into, like, Dommy mommy thing, you know? I'm not into that. I like aggressive men. With women, I like approaching women more like cats. You know what I mean? A body has been discovered. You know, that's fine, more for the rest of it. Yeah, that's all for you guys. See, this is why I don't fit into the lesbian archetype. Mommy stuff is weird. Well, I mean, you know, the dommy stuff. I'm not really into that, you know? I have a lot of personal trauma about, that kind of thing. So I don't like super dominant, aggressive women specifically. To put it simply, I have mommy issues. But, like, not in, like, the hot way, but, like, in the, like, debilitatingly... in the debilitating way. You know what I mean? Personally, I'll just climb like Shadow of the Colossus, small bug climbs tower. Oh my god. The thing is, I grew up with a mom who was extremely aggressive and violent, so like, women who are that aggressive towards me is not a turn on or anything. Women who are that violent towards me are not a turn on. It triggers my flight or fight instinct in not a good way. You know, when I leave my mother a pipe bomb in her mailbox way, 'cause that's mine. Oh, no, 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 no. See, like, my coping mechanism when I was in my late 20s was actually the same as my coping mechanism for the worst person that I know in recent years, which is, damn, this person was really shitty. I will get my revenge by moving on and improving my life to a standard far beyond this person would have ever wanted for me. So, you know, it's really funny to think about being extremely successful and going back and shoving it in their face. I'll do that for free. Oh my god. Alright, chat. Enough goofing around. Wait, let's start this case. Yeah, Edgeworth went to an amusement park to pick up our ransom, or to pick up a victim of a hostage situation. And then he himself got knocked out, and now a body was discovered, and we gotta figure out who did it. That's the way, yeah. Hello, Fuse Hunter. Welcome in. We're going in. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gate Waterland, main gate. Pipe bomb connoisseur here. Hold on, chat. Before we get too deep into this, sorry, I have one intrusive thought because Hug and Bug is obsessed with pipe bombs right now. So, like, I have to get this out. I have to get it out, okay? I have to get it out. I have to get it out of my system here. I have to get it out of my system. We have got to go over this before we get into the game. Here.
Pipe bomb. So cool. I wonder to intensify.
I'm sorry, chat. It's just one of my favorite things ever. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Pipe bomb. So cool. I know you're pulling out the Miku. Alright, buddy. Calm down. Calm down, Bug. Calm down, insect. I was about to call you a lowly insect, then I realized you like Lady Dimitrescu, so that might be playing into your hands, actually. Never mind. Alright, let's get into this, chat. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Look at you, hacker. What the? If I walked up on the Blue Badger and his head was like 2 feet away from his body, I think I would be happy, actually. Wait, Winter, what is Shodan? The Rikamigos, they were cooked from the start. Here's the problem, Fuse Hunter. I've attracted an audience that likes verbal abuse for some reason. I wonder why. Maybe it's just the casual, friendly insults that I hurl at them every day. Who knows? Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there, like some kind of Pokemon. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. You call me male minion and I embraced it. The original video game AI Mill? What? Okay. Sorry, this is the last time I am Shodan AI MILF. I need you to see that I am literally searching this. I am literally searching Shodan AI MILF. Winter, stop. Get some help. Why the fuck is it girlfriend GPT? What did you make me look up? I wouldn't trust AI milk added at the end. Oh my god, Shodan. You chose to search for AI MILF. I sent you a video of one of her voice lines. Okay, last distraction before I lock in. Are you ready? Are you ready, chat?
Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone, panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine?
I'm judging you. I'm judging you. I'm judging you. Call me homophobic, but I'm judging you. Hold on. Let me just. Is that it? Is that it? No. Is this it? No. Is this it? This is it. Look at you, you pathetic little creature of meat and bone. Look at you, you pathetic little creature. Alright, sorry, I had to turn on the surround sound for that. You have no idea how tempted I am to send you the remasters of System Shock 1 and 2. I'm not. No! Rika's trying to tune me out immediately. Listen, it started because Witcher said, how do you feel about Shodan AI MILF? And then I searched it and I'm just like, what the fuck? And then she sent me the voice clip and I'm just like, man, my audience is really into this shit, aren't they? It's time. Hello, Shab, welcome in. See you with System Shock in a couple months? No! I'm not doing it. A fellow goo-woo. Alright. Let's get started on this shit. We gotta investigate the Blue Badger's desiccated corpse. What do we have here? Oh my god. Wait. It goes to this. So, I don't know if y'all remember, but we basically established Colin Deveray used to work for our client. And he used to be the pilot for the Pegasus airplane. Right? So, you know, missing piece. Everything comes back to Uma Musume, yeah? System Shock is sick even without Shodan. It's like such an influence on a ton of modern games. I might check it out. I'm gonna look it up, actually. Why did you just call it free ASMR? Hello? God. Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver, too. Is that not what it was? Whoa. Pipe bomb. I'm gonna blow you up. Don't call me out for giving you free ASMR. Thank you for the clip, Witcher. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there. Why does he have a weird X in his sunglasses? I love this dude. Let me see. System Shock is one of those games where a lot of the systems in it feel like they're bog standard in modern games, but kind of just did a lot of them first. Oh. That actually sounds genuinely interesting then. Alright. We gotta do our smuggest, most dude voice ever. Hands off, Mr. Sorry, we're not doing that. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Well, look here and read off what you see. Lauren. Hey! It's a name that's engraved on this. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Wait. I'm pretty sure we have a Lauren in our party. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly? Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance, you should have sprung for more than just a ring pop. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? Oh my god, I just realized the pun in her name is Lollipops. Yes. It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady. Hold it. Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. It was like a Pokemon that shoots you when it's startled. Our country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be the murder weapon. So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. Isn't that... Case closed. We did it, chat. We finished the case. She confessed. Good case. Good case. 10 out of 10. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession. Objection. Agent Long, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. Oh, we've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Lauren Pop? Yes? I want to hear it from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough? Why the hair? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Gasp. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Excuse me? Excuse me? Huh? Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Okay. Miss Pop's confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Also, chat, please let me know if the sound balance is okay. I have it a little low, but if you can hear everything okay, then that is Gucci. That is Gouda. Let me know if any turned up. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan. But as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time.
That testimony says that that's a self-defense thing at worst.
At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much.
Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is.
If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth.
Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Improbable? Okay, so let's... The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler. We knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Honestly? Okay, we've got a full health bar here, chat. I'm gonna save because I have a hunch. I think I know exactly what's going on here. I don't know if the game is gonna make us jump through hoops to figure it out. However, I think... Oh, wait, no. Wait, no. I can't because we don't have a critical piece of evidence, actually. Big Soul 3 costumes. Okay, let's start pressing.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes?
If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other.
But if you hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Not so fast. That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Shina?
How do you say that? Shina? Shina? Chat, hold on, I'm gonna cheat. Google. Shina. Fucking... I don't care about Google AI. Let's see. Is there a pronunciation key for this? Sheena? Alright, it's just how it looks, Sheena.
Isn't that right, Sheena?
Wait. I don't think she's ever spoke before. Wait, what kind of voice does she have? Yes. However, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
I bet he didn't see that one coming.
Cry. We knew we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it. You knew? How did you know something like that?
Oh no, what should I do?
Hey, what's wrong with her now?
Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Let's try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way. No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
There's the yaoi. Hello, concrete sniffer. This is the yaoi, because Edward shrugs off all women and pays the most attention to Detective Long and Phoenix Wright. Welcome to the stream. What is this sniffer? Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Hold it. Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father. And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant. You must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money... Hold it! Would you mind telling us a little bit about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. Bah, and here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what you would do with such knowledge. Sorry. I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Hold it. That doesn't make sense. Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pop! Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Hold it. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. Is this really how you're gonna reveal that she killed? Actually, wait, hold on. Is it this one? It's either that one or I think the pendant is actually more likely to be it. Let's do the pendant.
Take that!
Take that.
Why are you showing this to me?
So what about the pendant? This false pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows you who you really are.
Hey KJ Saint, welcome on in. Yeah, okay, so we had to present both of them.
Take that!
Take that.
Does that really have anything to do with the pendant? Oh, we gotta present the other side.
What the heck? Of course not. I suppose not. There is something that is very clearly connected to this pendant. Literally. And this pendant is the key that will open the door to this truth. This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Oh, right, because it says Lauren.
Oh no! Wait!
Take that!
Take that.
Hi, Aki. Hi, KJ Saint. Welcome on in, both of you.
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one.
Eh?
Shall we give it a try?
Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? What does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
What? No, that can't be!
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything.
You lack imagination, Agent Long.
I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Oh, wait, where is it? Now we use the Colin Devereaux dossier.
Take that!
Take that. Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Devereaux, the name that is etched on the horse's pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense, given what is written in Mr. Devereaux's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind these pendants. Present.
Take that!
Take that. Mr. Devereaux had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops.
That's a lie! That person was not my father!
He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot? Not so fast. Alright, I need water real quick.
There we go.
And what is so funny, Agent Long? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it.
Oh. What do you have to say, hot wolf guy?
Another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right?
And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together?
That's right. As one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence.
Love when Edrith takes a long, hard look at things. Okay, so... isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? Is it possible that they both knew that fact? The lack of blood around the body suggests the victim was killed elsewhere and then moved. Would... is there anything here that just immediately disproves that? I think not. So let's just start looking. It was no coincidence the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano. But wasn't it? The two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Would you say my scenario is perfectly probable? Alright, let's start pressing. You know, this is long and hard. Metal pipe drop. You know? Alright, chat. I've often been thinking, what if I remove my policy of having no sound redeems and make some sound redeems? But also, that would be so distracting during the story beats like this. But it would be really funny to have the metal pipe drop noise. Alright, let's press.
Hold it!
Hold it. Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter? Not so fast. I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
Hold it. Legally, no.
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because he was on the lam.
You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was.
Give sounder teams a one-stream lifespan. That's true, yeah.
Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano.
Hold it.
One is a butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean? They probably thought that was the best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it.
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family.
Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it.
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary.
Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate.
Agent Long isn't wrong.
This scenario is certainly a probable one. You'd better hurry up and do something, or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad.
I know, but first things first.
Is Agent Long's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? Is that Capybara? I love Capybara. Yeah, he does look like Loki and Wolverine. Have I ever have I ever told you I go really crazy for men with sideburns? Sorry, I'm very normal about Agent Long. Let's see. Honestly, I feel like there's multiple answers here. Actually, no, right here. So, I think we have to point attention to the fact that there was a third person involved here, right? I'm just not sure which one. I think it's the fourth option is the one that we had to object to. The two made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Let's present that there were 3 costumes stolen. Yeah, Cappy Enjoyer. I love capybaras.
Objection. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just 2 people alone. What kind of proof do you have of that?
Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers.
3?
Oh, that's a good pose. 4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping.
Who's the mastermind?
I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Can I be honest? I actually think it's Lance. Take that.
Lance Amano?
Yes, this abduction was, in fact, schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but 2. One was a woman.
However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said.
But I know I only saw 2 people.
This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all 3 of them. Ah yes, about when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all. Will you?
Alright. Lance's testimony.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Through the underground passageway, I presume.
Are you okay?
Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No. Not at all, you fucking liar. How can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes?
Because he's a prosecutor, and because they're all like that.
I'll have you know, Agent Long, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Lance's testimony. Alright. A sticking point. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. Did they have you blindfolded? But the kidnapper— oh, you know what? My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. I hate that he's peeking behind his eyes like that, behind his hands like that. Okay, so here's the issue. I think we can do this without pressing. So, in the testimony, Edgeworth specified through the underground passage, I presume. And Lance didn't answer. However, one thing Lance did not mention at all is the fact that there was a sword that had jammed the door from the inside that the police had to break through. If he really was being held hostage in there and he got his hands free and looked at the door, he would have seen the sword and just pulled it out and been like, I'm free. Bitches. Objection. Lance, I think you'll find that this evidence speaks to the contrary. Never mind, I'm fucking stupid. Are you sure you want to phrase it that way? There are no takebacks when you make a guessing mistake, you know.
Guessing mistake. Yep, that's our Mr. Prosecutor, alright. Blah, 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 blah.
Like that soccer player.
I certainly didn't mean for it to come out sounding like a guess.
We're gonna press this then.
Hold it!
Hold it. How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked. Which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. Oh. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. I'm so mad. Chat, we were one step ahead, as usual. Objection. You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? Everything at the players diving and they're— holy shit, that's a good face. This is a good face, chat. The players diving and they're covering their face to fake an injury, but then you see them move their hand and peek out to see if anybody's buying it. I haven't seen that. That sounds amazing.
And wait,
Did he say something? Gasp.
we're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Oh look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Alright, Shina?
Yes, that's correct.
Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? That's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which was used to jam the handle.
Gasp.
Lance, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them.
If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape?
What?
Why didn't I?
I was disoriented.
Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it.
As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own. Not so fast. You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way.
And what would that be?
A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself? Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. Yeah, he said he was blindfolded and he's ignoring that he never said. Yeah, he did say he was blindfolded, which is like... He didn't talk about it at all now? He did have a motive to commit this crime? Was it... this letter? The love letter? Oh! It is! Because it's not a love letter! It's a collections letter!
Take that!
Take that! To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh?
Good. Alright, I give up. I abducted myself.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now, that dream is over.
Oh, Lance. Then you are giving yourself up.
Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you. Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control.
With your wife?
We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the Blue Badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekins saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then, Oliver put on a bad badger costume.
Did he? A bad badger costume? I think so.
Took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. And they had no idea that they were related, so I thought that I could only end badly.
I still don't believe it. That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Oh. Sorry to say, Lauren. I think you just killed your own father. Lolly, then it really was you. Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. Wait, but the bad badger has a prop gun.
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you?
Lolly,
Forgive me.
I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was?
If what she says is true.
Are you saying she's lying? Well, why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve?
You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see.
Rebuttal. Chain of events. So here's the problem, chat. Stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase, but that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Remember that there's a model gun that only fires blanks? It can't possibly shoot you dead. But, you know what can shoot you dead? Ad break time. Chat. I think we'll finish up this portion of the testimony in a few minutes after our ads. See y'all then. Y'all aren't ready for this amazing ASMR coming in? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready, chat? Okay, that probably didn't pick up as much as I thought. And also, I think me biting into an apple might be too quiet for OBS to pick up in general. Alright. Let's continue. We know exactly what we're doing here. That badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Oh my god. Alright. Take a look at this missing model gun. Even after looking at this, can you still claim what you just said to be true? Actually, I can. I can't believe I had that wrong. She showed you. Thank you for the bonks, Winter. He's laughing pretty hard at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I know. But I refuse to allow him to ruffle my feathers. I'm going to remain calm and collected and find my contradiction. I missed my chance in the intro? Good. Aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance? Wait, you got a gun from Lance? Wait. Thank you for obliterating the penguin. Okay, wait. I just realized. Where would Lance have gotten a gun? Press. We're pressing. Hold it. You shot Mr. Deacon. Miss Pops? Yes, I shot him.
And that, as they say, is that. Agent Long, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're gonna continue questioning her? What a waste of time.
Miss Pops, if you please. Alright. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran. Scared for my life.
Hold it. Did you take off immediately following the gunshot?
Yes.
And you didn't attempt to approach the victim after he was shot?
I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth?
He seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see.
Okay, so... let's press this one. Hold it.
Were you able to clearly see the gun?
Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I don't know.
I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought.
Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time?
Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead. Left hand, you say? But... it would have to be the left hand, actually, yeah. Let's see. Bad Badger was Oliver Deacon. He was dressed in the Bad Badger. He had the gun in his left hand, but it's the right hand. Is this it? Objection? No, that's not it.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, I don't think you pulled out the right piece of evidence. A wonderful subordinate there, so willing to point out his boss's mistakes.
Detective Gumshoe, you will refrain from excessive talking.
I'll try, sir.
Okay. Let's press this.
Hold
Hold
it!
it. And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes. I'm about to die, I thought. So... Okay. Actually, no. What if the important thing is, does it say he's right-handed here? There we go. His bio says his dominant hand is his right hand.
Objection!
Got the big fat tacos mount? Let's go! I love mounts. And tacos. I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then...
The person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Not so fast. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger has a model gun attached to his right hand. Which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that?
Agent Long, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying?
Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough with the smugness. Out with it already. Miss Pops told us earlier.
There was a Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it.
According to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand. Which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand.
Is that correct, Miss Pops? Hello, Freakus. Welcome in. Thank you for checking in. Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face.
But if that's the case, even I can see there's a huge contradiction.
Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger.
And yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full.
These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. Honestly? She says it was the bad... Oh, no, wait! It wasn't the Bad Badger. And we have the perfect piece of evidence to disprove it, but... Let Edgeworth cook. It wasn't the Bad Badger.
Miss Pops, what you saw was not the Bad Badger.
Think back and recall which character was it that leveled a gun at you. But it was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and it had that strange blue beard. Say something in Spanish? Mi manzana es muy deliciosa. Y... I got nothing. Mi manzana es muy deliciosa y muy rica. Me encanta. Me encantan las manzanas. Actually, the reason why I got obsessed with apples for a bit is because when I was younger, I really liked Death Note. And I thought the fact that the Shinigami was obsessed with apples was really funny. So then I became obsessed with apples a little bit. And now, to this day, I still love them a lot. Alright. It was wearing a pair of sunglasses, and it had that strange blue beard. That sums up the Bad Badger pretty well, I'd say.
Too bad for you, but it looks like the Bad Badger wasn't the mistake here.
No, wait, but...
I need to think carefully about the facts here. Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger, and yet the Bad Badger had both of his hands full with something or another.
These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. I mean, they could be correct. Both hands were not occupied? I like apples because I grew up in a cider mill area and thus gotta have the real good apples every fall. I want apples that I can just like go outside and pick off a tree. I need that experience. If we say both are correct, I don't think that's correct. Both hands were not occupied. Maybe. You are now in an area that'd be good for that? Oh, I should go explore and see if I can swipe some apples or something. They taste the same as normal apples to me. Listen, when you're old like me, your taste palette is different. Things taste sublime. Let's just say both hands were not occupied. Holding a gun in his right hand as he pulls the suitcase with the same hand. Isn't it possible for a right-handed person to do both things simultaneously? Your deduction is full of one too many conjectures, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? I suppose it is pretty difficult, if not impossible. It's not impossible! It would appear that both of the Bad Badger's hands were occupied. Yet Miss Pops claims to have seen the Bad Badger. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong, but both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible! That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Irresolvable. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? So it wasn't the Bad Badger! Like the first guess I made! It's not the Bad Badger if he's not wearing pants! I hate Ace Attorney logic. This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands. The head.
Take that!
Take that! The costumes have two parts to them. A head and the body. Hello, Nair After 10. Welcome in. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pops saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger?
A different badger?
Yes. Or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw really belonged to this badger. I don't remember which one was missing a second. I think it was a blue badger?
Take that!
Take that. His head may have been the bad badger, but his body was the blue badger's.
The blue badger? Hold on, let's see here.
Was it that had one of these on? I did.
And so did Officer Meekins, pal. Nice try, but your logic is just a tad illogical. Officer Meekins has been placed under arrest after all.
Wait! I'd like to strike what I just said from the record and give my explanation anew. Okay, I couldn't look at this during that presentation, but let me just double check. Oh, the proto-badger. Okay. The body of the bad badger Miss Pops saw really belonged to this badger. Proto-badger. Can it still be the bad badger if it has no pants? Yes. That's what I'm saying. Actually? You know what's really funny, chat? The bad badger is the only one who's probably wearing clothes, which implies that streaking is considered morally good and correct in badger society. All the pants look the same. The problem is the bad badger has this, like, tummy warmer with, like, slacks on.
What? The heck is it?
It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume? That would be Lance.
Not so fast. Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which, he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing?
The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that. A setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she would pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh?
There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon.
What?
No!
That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now!
Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed, but what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Not so fast.
Ha! Who is one-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. Actually, a lab analysis has shown that the inside of the proto-badger's costume is lined with Kevlar and ballistic nylon. Updated autopsy report. My captions broke again. How long have they been broken? La 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 la. La 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 la. Meow meow meow. Okay. Yum yum yum. Meow. Alright, perfect.
It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right? Objection! Of course. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us.
Did we learn who the kidnappers are yet? It is Lauren and Oliver Deacon and potentially Lance Amano. Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. Now we present the missing model gun.
Take that!
Take that! We found one half of a Bad Badger costume in the hideout. A broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun you used now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question. Not so fast. I've heard enough. What you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Hold it? Please wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. Did you? Did you actually? Alright, what Miss Pops saw. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it attracted too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pops saw the victim with her own eyes. Which means that the victim was still alive at that time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Rebuttal. What Miss Pops saw. What do you possibly have to add here? I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. Thank you for the penguin. If Mr. Deacon was alive in the hideout, then the murder must have happened after that. Meaning it probably all went down at the stage. I mean, I can't really see why Miss Pops would lie at a time like this, you know? Okay, I don't think she is lying, but rather that she's making a bad assumption. She is? Yes, and I intend to show what that bad assumption is. Okay. I came back to the hideout. She had already restrained him. He had tied him The beam. Wait. Let's trace this. There's a very important piece of information we are lacking here. And it's... Well, Edward is probably gonna ask. Hold it.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes, Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. Hold it. You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. You saw a bad badger head. So I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon. Are you sure about that? I think we gotta press this. Because here's the thing that I'm thinking. Is... By this point in time, Oliver Deacon is probably already dead. Hold it.
Hold it!
So the tied-up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume. Yes. And? It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes. The penguin is gone. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not with this. This Miss Pop shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. That's a good question. What would prove that it wasn't the victim? I might have walked myself into a wall here, chat. So... Let me think. Honestly, I feel like it could be this, because by that time, he could have been dead already and moved out of the... Oh, wait. It's either the Blue Badger mobile or this. And I think it's the Blue Badger mobile.
Take that!
Take that? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But it would seem I made a mistake. Why was he tied up in his bad badger costume? If I think a little more on this, the answer should come to me. Perhaps I should listen a bit more carefully to her testimony this time around. Okay, so... After that, the two of us put on our costumes. No, hold on. I'm pretty sure... this head was left in the isolation room. I think it's this. I think the point is we have to object that his body was probably already moved.
Objection!
Objection? Take a good look at this. What about it? Fuck. Wait, I might be lost here. Alright, chat, here's the important question. Did we save? 2111? Oh yeah, we saved like 3 minutes ago. I mean, like, anyone could have had the Bad Badger's head on, right?
Objection!
Objection? Okay, so there are 3 possibilities here to prove this. I just had to go through all of them. Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Was it Miles Edgeworth? Was it Miles Edgeworth? It was, because he had the badger head on. It was me. Huh? Person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me even after I had handed over the ransom? Look at his smug face. His smug aura mocks me, chat. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me with a Bad Badger's head on, and then made your costumes escape together. Or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the Bad Badger's head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He then escaped via the passageway.
Not so fast!
Not so fast. Hold your tongue, boy.
Yowie, 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 yowie. Every time he calls Edgeworth boy, I'm just like...
Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave. 801, 801, 801, 801. We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. Victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see? It would seem that you can't prove a thing. Hold it? Who said that? Oh no. Please wait. Mr. Amano! Oh, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! I'm biting into my apple real quick. Kidnapping plots always make me think of Paul Getty's grandson. Long story short, his fake kidnapping plan turned into a real kidnapping, and his billionaire grandpa refused to believe it until they sent his severed ear. Wait, that's actually kind of funny. That's actually really interesting. I shall research this piece of true crime media. Just, millennial women things. At which point he negotiated the ransom down to the highest amount that was tax deductible and made his grandson take a loan to pay him back. Wait, that's hilarious. Actually? That's actually devious. And I think it's really funny. Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Do you now? Is that what I think it is?
It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself.
Oh, they're soaked in water.
It appears they were disposed of in the sea. Ugh. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There now. Agent Long, please calm down. Huh? What the heck is that scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
There now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop in this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Ugh, I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I got a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the test.
That sounds like corruption, to be frank.
They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it?
These are the case-making pieces of evidence?
Ha! I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
So, hold on. Water time. Yeah, here's two guns, so we can assume this is the gun that is supposed to go with this costume. But this gun is definitely the one that was swiped from the other Bad Badger. Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? Was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. Oh.
Huh.
So, this is an actual gun. A horse? They found Miss Pops' fingerprints on this gun. Can you let me hold it for a sec? I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pops' prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm gonna run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures.
Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know.
Actually? Oh, yeah. That. Thank you for the bonks, Neko. Yeah, okay, so if you look from this angle really closely, you can see that this top bullet is missing. So, like, this has been fired once. Alright, chat. Next time y'all bully me with turning me into Neko Arc or bonking me, one of you is getting it. Hold on. One of you is getting it. Anyway, sorry, my American side came out. Well, see, I can't shoot you because you are Winter. You are a mod. I literally cannot shoot you. There's literally... Oh, here we go, the bullet hole. This bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Oh. Wait! I'm Ghost Kitty. Ghost! Monsters! Those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is a most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot from point-blank. So, what does that really... Yeah, there's the exit wound. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Oh, wait, what? Glass? Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Why were they there in the first place? Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Fuck. Alright, chat. Give me 1 sec before we get into this. I've been drinking water. I need to take a real quick restroom break, so enjoy 1 game of Words on Stream. Be back in a minute. And then we destroy this brat in a court of law. Alright, good work, chat. Thank you for bearing with me. Now, time for stupid brat elimination. Decisive evidence.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Is that the case?
The fingerprints on the weapon, huh?
Oh no, this isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes.
That may be all you can do.
However,
I still have a case to solve and a job to do.
The job of unraveling your insidious lie? You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Because you're a liar. And the fact that you're so worried about me believing you tells me you're a liar.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints in that murderous gun. There are.
We established that it's only Lauren's fingerprints. Why were they there in the first place? They're mirror fragments. Okay, let's make a save here. They proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it. You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life. Hold it.
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pops' life? I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet. Because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what'll happen to Lolly. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
So... do we have... Let me think. What's this? Lauren D is engraved in this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why just the D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning. At least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name K Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate it as M Edgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as M-E. Get it? Haha. I don't get it. Who would have thought this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation? Let me think. Do the fingerprints really prove it was Lolly who killed Oliver? These mirror fragments trouble me. I think the mirror fragments are enough to prove that it wasn't her, because it implies he was in the room with the broken mirror at the time. Hold it?
Hold it!
What did he say here? You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. Oliver is also after Lolly's life. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. Hold it. Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pops?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pops' prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pops' prints should not be on the gun is... honestly? It was originally stolen from a guard by the victim during the escape. I kind of believe that.
Take that!
Take that. With this piece of evidence, there's no reason for her to have left prints at all. Which piece is that? Alright, hold on. We're in our last life, so we gotta reload real quick. Oh, that load takes so long. Okay, so before we start doing that, let's press this last statement real quick. You must see she was only acting in self-defense. Hold it. Justified self-defense. I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances. Y'all have too many damn points. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? His entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he is hiding from me, but not for long. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. Okay. So... here's the issue. Here's the issue, chat. This whole situation is suspect. You know what? Yeah, my face is suspect. Yeah, you're correct. So why would there not have been her fingerprints on it? Any number of reasons, really. Oh, wait, this got updated. Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot from point blank. Yeah, actually. Possibly? I think it's that. Oh, no, don't present, Press. Hold it! Those fingerprints. Are you sure they belong to Miss Pop?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pops' prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pops' prints should not be on the gun is... Where did it go? Here we go, the costume.
Take that!
Take that! The burn marks. It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Sorry, one sec. I bit into apple and it took way too long to chew.
But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints.
Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left. When he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Grr. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance.
What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right?
That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. I have the receipts.
What? How?
The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. And this is where the mirror fragments come into play.
Take that!
Take that! Yo? Yo? Atlas? Hello, Baka Tyler. What's up, what's up, what's up? Yaoi day, yaoi day. Hello. Oh, okay. Hello, everyone, coming from Tyler. Why is it not working? Hello, everyone, coming from Tyler's stream. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels. Fucking, why do you keep doing this? Alright, buddy. My name is Rika Readman, Calico Elf Librarian VTuber. I stream visual novels, horror games. Sometimes I'll do Dark Souls. I stream whatever, really. Oh my god. I am also part of the native VTuber network, like Tyler. Tyler, how is Atlas? We love Atlas here. Atlas is good. Atlas is great. I played it once, and then I was gay for an hour straight talking about other things. But, you know, it's pretty cool. I love, like, little low poly furry characters with giant boobs and asses. We should play Atlas sometime? Negative. I never really got into it properly after that stream, so I do want to try it again. Absolutely. Neko Arc time. Your raid sound effect is Neko Arc, it makes sense. Oh, you're so right, actually. My goblin's butt is big and we killed the new boss they added. Oh, they're still adding more content? That's actually hype. I didn't know that. Anyway. All of you coming from the stream. If you like visual novels. If you like, really sassy, brown women, non-binary flavor, feel free to give me a follow. But also, Tyler, if you gotta take a break, you gotta chill out, feel free to lurk, do what you need after stream. They added the hard version of the last dungeon and began introducing subclasses. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Huda, as they say. Alright, chat, so we're in the middle of case 3 of Ace Attorney Investigations, and when I say middle, I mean towards the end, and when I say the end, I mean Mimic! It's late! You know what? Stay awake watching me, whatever. You're gay, I know. It's fine, I'm irresistible, I get it. I get it. I feel I need to pick it back up again. I'll start playing Atlas again, honestly. I gotta try it. I got to the end of Stormblood in Final Fantasy XIV, so now I have time to play other games again. But we gotta close out this case, chat. It's time for the final testimony, I think? I really want to see where this is going. Alright, we'll hurry. This piece of evidence proves that the real crime scene is not, in fact, the stadium. Mr. Prosecutor, I have to rate that piece of logic a 0 out of 10. 0? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. Wait, it wasn't the mirror? Fuck. Look, we all know you're just chasing your delusions, so let's just stop wasting time, alright? You want to suspect me, Mr. Edgeworth, but you haven't got a single shred of evidence. Good or that? No. I say we let the courts resolve the rest. Fuck. This is the first game over screen, though. A few days later, Lance was acquitted of all charges due to lack of evidence. Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity. Wait, what is this? Retry. Wait, I can just retry from that same spot? It's at least a 6.8 out of 10. At this rate, Lolly is gonna wind up getting arrested. I must remain calm and think clearly. This is the best new feature that they included in these games, holy shit! If the murder did not happen at the stadium, then the scenario where the victim was up on the stage and Miss Pops was down below, there must be something that invalidates it. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. Honestly? What proves it? Oh! It's the costume again. Chat, I might be stupid. It's the costume, because of the point-blank burn mark.
Take that!
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. Yeah, the burn mark.
Take that!
Take that. The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder of Miss Oldbagsaw at the stadium really was... Yes. She saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is, then? Lance sent me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... Oh. I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here.
Take that!
The haunted house. I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house? The mirror fragments found in his helmet.
Take that!
Take that! These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. The fragments of a mirror. Mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Yeah, this music is amazing. I love this track so much. Indeed. You don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. This shit's like Clue. After that, you stole the blue Badgermobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the blue Badgermobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more! I'm sorry, Mr. Romano, but I cannot do that. Not so fast. Be quiet. Yes, please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Shana, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. The mirror that's for the haunted house. You see? Isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But Agent Long, there are no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Not so fast. Probability? Lungza says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? Good question. Do you? The answer is... no. See? So since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet. But... I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. Yeah, don't give up, Edgeworth. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house. Then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Agent Long, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house.
Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission?
Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Shina!
I'm here.
Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately.
Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval.
Hold it? Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano. Agent Long, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Shina!
It's the deed to the haunted house.
The deed? Read it out loud.
Gatewaterland Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of $1 million paid in full in cash.
What? As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you...
I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye.
Chat, we gotta kill this old guy. And then steal his money.
That $1 million you paid, don't tell me it was... Oh, that's right. Meowth. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money! My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Long, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Ugh, Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever.
What is going on? It's a crime scene. But also, we haven't established yet that the haunted house is the actual crime scene. So we technically do need to get permission to enter it. Because there's no probable cause yet. Well, okay, no, there is probable cause, but like, there's no proof that it's there, right? Alright. Well, we have an ad break. A full ad break this time, chat, so... Perfect transition. Enjoy some words on stream. We'll be back in a few minutes with the conclusion. See y'all soon. Alright, chat. You tried your best. However, good thing we had a short ad break anyway, because I took that one earlier. So, let us continue. Mostly because I thought we were at the end of the case already, but apparently there was more because of the haunted house, so see you there. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewaterland, main gate. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Hold on, this music? Hold on, no. I got the perfect image for this, chat. I got the perfect image for this. This music is kind of banger. This music is kind of banger. Me when the K Faraday theme starts playing. It's always been K's theme. I don't remember it that well. It's so good. Alright. K. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am K Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's... of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Long. Ah, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then. He asked Long for permission for everything even when it has nothing to do with him. He is in charge. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now that I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. It's investigation time! Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet. Maybe I have, and maybe I haven't. But I'm gonna make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Eh? What was the badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette for now. Okay, programming complete. Domain expansion.
And then I started walking towards the exit.
And that's when you were struck from behind, right?
Yes.
But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from?
There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here.
Literally, the intro scene is the spoiler for this, because it shows the badger maliciously hovering over Edgeworth with intent.
Take that!
Take that! That doll I saw wasn't really a doll.
It was, in fact, a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house.
Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this.
Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself.
Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay?
Why is its head shaped like a chow from Sonic Adventure 2? Imagine spending $1 million to destroy evidence just to realize there's an app that just makes it again, right? It's actually, really funny.
Well, Lance. What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth? Or is this just another lie?
Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him.
Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Domain expansion. Again. This dude looks menacing. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Begin investigation. So if he walked over, he was stumped on the ground. Why were the fragments there in the first place? So this would make sense. No, it wouldn't actually. Okay, let's just investigate. I swear in the cinematic the badger held it in his right hand. He did, yeah. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh?
Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. Don't victim blame yourself! It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert.
Yeah, my game lets me have two Edgeworths so they can double... Never mind.
I vow to never be caught by surprise again. You didn't recreate the weapon.
Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with?
The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. I doubt it was someone's bare hands.
Okay, then where were you hit?
I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. And there was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious.
Ouch! Sounds painful.
Why are you smirking like that when you say it?
It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. Honestly, what if it was the broken prop sword?
Take that!
Take that? I have it. There was indeed one such object lying there in this hallway. A prop sword.
Are you talking about this thing here?
Yes. Although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes! It's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me.
To leave no evidence behind, right?
Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet.
Okay, so what do you want to run on the sword? Test it with luminol. Because if you hit him hard enough to draw blood, that would confirm that it was used as the assault weapon. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Agent Long, may I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
Like I have a choice. Tina, call the lab boys.
Understood. Except for a dab on the left side. It would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay. Culprit hit me in the right temple area. Okay. I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. So... that's a weird way to swing it. Won't rest till I've inspected every single nook and cranny. In the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm, complete with weapon in hand. He has to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face.
It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right?
It is not your imagination.
It's the spot somehow connected to the evidence I hold.
So we confirmed that it hit him in the right temple area. So like, but he said left area, so like...
Eureka! Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side.
The opposite side?
Huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit.
I see. But the blood was on the left side of the sword, right?
I need water real quick.
Okay, that was like half the bottle, but don't worry about it. Which means that he used his right hand to hit you?
Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right.
I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing.
Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? The gun?
Can we... I'm pretty sure it would conflict with the missing model gun.
Take that!
Take that. The bad badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition.
Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand?
It means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. Are you paying attention, Lance?
Irk! When you said Irk, I thought Urkel and thought, did I do that?
Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Erg! Fine, it was me. I hit you.
It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance.
Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah, yes. But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Argon! Hey, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it. Here I go. I'm not making the domain expansion joke again, sorry. God, that thing is fucking horrifying. Now we have a faithful recreation of the situation around the attack on me. Hello, Gillial. Welcome in. Alright. All we have to do is examine this new recreation and... Not so fast. And what exactly is so funny, Agent Long? An amusing little gadget. It sure packs a punch, right, Sheena? Yes. It was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey! Don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. That long laugh you did was so good. I love evil laughs. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by listening. Now the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. Gasp. Edgeworth. Be like, I could whet your appetite. Sorry, there's no Phoenix Wright in this game, so I gotta ship Edgeworth with someone, you know? There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way... Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm gonna let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what may that be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. What the fuck? That's creepy. The 7 wonders of the haunted house, the disappearing badger. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Gate Wonderland pamphlet data updated in my organizer. I am yaoi pilled, sorry. It's yaoi day after all. How can this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead. Not so fast. The criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway. How could he hide a giant doll? Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions? Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. King! Now get off your high horse! Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? I can't quit, not until I can declare that I've found the truth. Agent Long, for the additional information, you have my thanks. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Yay! Domain expansion. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto-badger all of a sudden. If the slumped-over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're gonna find out.
right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Yes.
Let's.
This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere.
Okay, let's look at the pamphlet. Seeing is believing. How would this thing disappear? Also, I don't think I can put together any, I don't think I can put together any conclusions from anything, so... What's up with this mirror? When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. Who's ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before?
Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Like a mirror house, haunted house hybrid, this place is full of mirrors? Hey, wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh, the ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors.
What does this mean?
Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors?
Very thick and has a design on the back? What about this? Okay, can we draw a conclusion now? Nope. Let's examine this suit of armor here.
Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here.
Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy.
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time, it's not even a thief like me can get it.
That
may prove to be a most difficult task. What about this proto-badger? This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes, now the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model.
There must be an inconsistency somewhere. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny.
What if...
This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun?
Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate.
What can we deduce from this?
Is the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Is it?
So...
You know what bugs me?
The straps are backwards on that one. Compared to this one here. But that's probably not important. Let's see, where can we get a conclusion? Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot. Very thick and has a design on the back. Let's look at the other evidence first. I might just not be seeing it, but I also can't rule out that I might be missing a piece of evidence. Alright. It's the proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Ooh, are you gonna get him back?
I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice.
Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works.
Her third statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival.
Anything missing here? Anything sus? Okay, we have everything, which means we should reasonably have the evidence to deduce something here. Let me just save. I won't rest till I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. Anything missing here? Can I inspect these walls at all? Blue Badger is just a doll. I think I only have one piece of evidence here. Mirror House, Haunted House Hybrid. Looking at the evidence that we have... You know? If the mirror pieces have a design on the back, what if this badger is actually an optical illusion created by the mirror fragments? Or something like that. Eureka? This is in complete contradiction to this piece of evidence. Well, maybe it's not in complete contradiction. Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. Which is it? Is it a contradiction or not? Sorry, I don't quite know. There's something wrong with this scene. That much I know for sure. Or maybe it's just a trick of the eye. No, that can't be it. It could be. Over here? These spots are more connected. Maybe? Eureka? No. Okay. This has to be in contradiction to something. The badger has to contradict something, right? We're gonna think about this long and hard, chat. So, the broken prop sword here. Where's the pamphlet? Seeing is believing. Gatewater Land is full of mysteries, so you can find and experience them all. Am I missing something obvious here? So, the pose is the same. Feet, the belts go this way, 3 balls. Eyes are open, there's a smile. Even the hand is in the same pose. Am I dumb? This wouldn't be it. This wouldn't be it. I feel like mirror fragments have something to do with it, but this wouldn't be it. Right? I feel like the badger... This still bugs me that the blue badger here has his, like, belts in the opposite orientation. Honestly, it'd be really funny if that was it. Let's just try it, why not? Blue Badger Bible. Was that actually it? Oh, I understand! I get it! Okay, sorry. Hold on a second here. There's something wrong with this blue badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. Yeah, I found the answer a long time ago. I was just like, no, surely that is just an error. I gotta remember to fucking look at that. The blue badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. So then why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? My god, I'm stupid. I'm a genius, but I'm also stupid at the same time. Here. So that means that the design, this is a reflection, which is why it's flipped around. And it's a trick mirror type of situation. Hey, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then, was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black. And there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why would build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose. One I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall. I mean... Pamphlet? The disappearing badger? Yeah? Reminds me of the Feynman question, why do mirrors flip horizontally but not vertically? Huh. I've never really thought about that. Brain charge this. Take that! As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time. However, have a good night, Winter. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. I mean, honestly, I don't think they could move the wall. And it would be a pain in the ass to move the badger. But dimming the lamps, maybe? I guess if it's too dark, then you can't see the badger. All they would have to do is dim the lamps. So that's how it's done. If it was completely dark in here, then you wouldn't be able to see the badger anymore. Yeah. Wait, hold on. That's completely pointless. You wouldn't be able to see anything at all. Not even where you were going. Is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, it is if it negates the point of the attraction. I'd better rethink this. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. I guess just moving the wall then. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so?
Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside my field of vision. The culprit kept out of sight by hiding here.
Right here, officer.
That was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror,
Then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the Blue Badger doll.
exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror.
Wait, hold on. I just thought of something.
Yes?
Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality?
Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it was. Yes, it most definitely is broken.
The question is, when was it broken?
Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound!
Leave the money and go. Now.
That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Hey, I'd like you to input some new information.
Don't scare me like that.
Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me.
Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway?
If you could first recreate this hallway just before I entered the dining room.
You got it. This is getting really interesting.
Now this. I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then I went inside.
It's actually really cool that, like, even the way the lights reflect kind of show that, like, this is possibly how it is. Because you see these lines here, these diagonal lines? This one makes sense, but, like, this one shows that there's a light around that corner, possibly.
And then I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering.
You heard what? Then...
Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken.
Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again...
The mirror wall should no longer exist. Kay, please recreate that.
Got it. Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth?
That's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway.
I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything.
No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head.
Huh?
Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies...
Where does it lie? Oh, you know what? It's because there's no badger here. Take that.
Okay, take a good look at the end of the hall.
Oh, there's no blue badger.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point in this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction.
So, let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right?
And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger.
Frankly, I think it's Lance. No, sorry. Deacon. Oliver Deacon. Oh, we can't present profiles. The victim's costume. I think it's this.
Take that!
Take that. The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body. What?
Agent Long, the entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon.
No.
Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken.
Not so fast. You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot? Objection.
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house?
Erk.
Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him?
Nigurk. It was you, Lance Amano.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry.
You good? Wonk Stinky Ratman.
Yeah. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail.
See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself.
That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Long, I leave the rest to you. Readman Ratman? Yeah.
As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight.
Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance.
Dad?
Oh my god, the collapse is so funny.
Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Really touching.
Grr.
By the way, do you know why I'm really here?
And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question?
You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know?
You came to see me?
What's that supposed to mean?
I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago.
A case from 10 years ago?
Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Shina!
It's known as the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident? Ah, so you remember it. Good. And you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring.
Smuggling? There's that word again.
At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray.
Father,
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray. I always suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you. Which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Hold it? What the? Who the heck was that? Who the heck? Who are? It's this shithead. Oh wait, that's right. This takes place before the first tutorial case. I'll take him down to the precinct, if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. Thumbs up. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the two suspects. Sir! I kinda like that Long doesn't take anyone's shit. Huh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So, how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Ha! It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring, right? No, I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Huh. So Agent Long suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? And there were non-stop rumors flying around that forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Oh, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking? Is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. That's an amazing pose. So, don't you forget it! Please wait. Agent Shin-ha. Why does Agent Long hate all prosecutors so? Long is the head of the long-honored House of Long in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Long blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still?
They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts.
How can that be?
The prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Long detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished, and cost the Long family its honor and trust.
But not all prosecutors are like that.
Hashtag not all prosecutors. Even so, Long will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor.
So Agent Long is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is.
Yeah, I didn't think the subtitles would also use the pound symbol for a hashtag. It's really funny.
Come on, Jim. We'd better catch up.
Yeah.
We've still gotta deliver that thing to the old man after all.
Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves.
Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth?
No. I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off at my office?
No problem, sir.
Excuse me?
Yes? What is it?
Thank you very much.
Ah, it's okay. You don't need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel fate! What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think, I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. Which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he... I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Father? As a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Aw, that's sweet. In a fucked up, twisted way. Go on. Speak your mind. That is... Thank you very much. You're welcome. Although, there is no need to thank me. No, Lauren, stop! I mean, this man's so much older than you. Stop. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Way to go, sir.
Hold on, how old is she? Is it actually immoral? She's 19. Edgeworth isn't that old. He's like, what? I guess by this point in time, he's like 26, 27. That is a pretty big age gap for that young. Yeah. 26? Okay, yeah. 7 years is like... That's kind of big when you're that young. If there was like... She's 26 and... No, if she was like 29 and he was 36, then I think that'd be like... less weird.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. It passes half plus 7? I always forget about that rule. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know.
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth? How do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Wait, what? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember?
That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past.
Alright, chat, before we see this flashback and get backstory, we have an ad break coming up and it's the perfect time to let it rock. So, enjoy some words on stream before we see the final conclusion. See y'all soon. I love that one of the words. I love that one of the words was queers. One of the guesses was queers. Alright, chat. Are you ready to close this out? Let's do this. Val found it. We love Val in this. Make sure you tell Val I love her. Carnally, but also as a homie. Alright, let's continue. That single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. That fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay. And Detective Gumshoe. Wait. We don't get the flashback? Wait, does that mean Case 4 is the flashback? I'm so mad! Alright, well, carnally, but also as homie. Alright, chat, you know what time it is. Turnabout, reminiscence. You know our tradition. We get a preview of the next case before we close out for the night. Let's see the intro to Turnabout Reminiscence, which we will start next week. Episode 4, Turnabout Reminiscence. Kay Faraday, the young lady who calls herself the second Yatagarasu. The piece of cloth that she conjured up has taken me back to many years ago. 7 years earlier.
Yeah, that's right. I did it. I killed the guy. But it was the great thief Yatagarasu that told me to do it.
Objection. I asked the defendant, just what exactly are you trying to say?
Don't you get it? I know the true identity of the Yatagarasu.
That lady is hot. I'm just saying.
The Yatagarasu is the man standing over there at the prosecutor's bench. Are you saying that I'm the Yatagarasu? Don't you dare deny it. You told me to kill him when you snuck into the embassy.
Are you claiming that Mr. Faraday is the Yatagarasu?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Objection. Mr. Arel, I think we've heard just enough out of you. Your Honor, please listen to me. I'm telling the truth. You've got to believe me.
Wait. So you're telling me...
In accordance with the defendant's accusation, a new prosecutor shall be called to replace Mr. Faraday. This court will be in recess until the new prosecutor is ready.
Oh. So you're telling me... 1. That Kay's father was a prosecutor. And 2, that Kay's father was Yatagarasu? Also, I love this design for young Edgeworth. September 10th, 3:20 p.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. It's almost time for me to enter the courtroom. And so it is that my first assignment as a prosecutor will be as a replacement for a prosecutor who has been accused by the defendant.
Edgeworth. Sir. Have you read over all of the documents regarding this trial?
Yes, sir. I've memorized everything there is to know.
Very good. The paperwork for the prosecutor's substitution is just about complete. Edgeworth, always bear in mind that as your mentor, I, Manfred von Karma, will accept nothing short of perfection. I understand, sir. To have the chance to stand in court at such an early stage in my career, I am honored and proud.
I did kind of miss Dracula.
As I have watched over your studies, I am giving you this very rare chance. Prove yourself. Crush the defendant's pathetic lies into oblivion. Yes, sir.
I hate him already.
That such a legendary prosecutor will be watching and judging my performance. I have to be perfect in every way.
It disappeared. Alright, chat. Are you ready? Well, I mean, not now. We're closing the stream! Oh, okay. Yay! I gotta do this one manually because I didn't make a toggle for it. Alright, chat. It's time. Boink! I'm closing the damn game. Also, I need to go over here. What's up? What's up, gamers? Why are you plinking at me? Why are y'all plinking at me? Oh, my eye tracking is really funny in this model. Anyway, chat. Thank y'all for stopping by tonight. My throat hurts a lot. We went a little too hard on the voice acting, my fault. The Plinkerton. Alright, gamers. So, let me find someone to raid. Who can we raid here? Who's doing something fun and interesting? Please take care of yourself? No. Never. Yippee! What the fuck is this? Hold on. I need to see what my model artist is doing. Or model designer is doing. No. No. Do-do-do-do-do. Serena has that thing that she does where she just says that randomly. Alright, I drink. Thank you for the hydrate redeem. So anyway, I'm a fan of that ending. I think case 3 was pretty satisfying. Honestly, pretty good. Case 3, I like it. It was kind of long, but like, I like it. Case 4 is gonna be a throwback, which is kind of cool. So, look forward to that. Please look forward to that. Let me see. Alright, chat. What the fuck is Heartworm? Is this a horror game? I think I'm gonna send y'all to Candle. Really got thrown into a flashback for a flashback? Wait, yeah, you're right! Because we're already in a flashback. 1-4 is one of my favorites. Oh? Alright, I'm excited. We'll start it next week. That being said, I'm out of here. We're going to Candle. Rika Amigos raid. There's the raid message, chat. Please go say hi. Give Candle a follow if you aren't already. Why do my eyes keep doing that every time I look up? Thank you all for stopping by. As always, thank you for joining me, Rika Amigos. Look forward to tomorrow. We will be doing Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. There is a very good chance we could finish the game if we skip the, like, exploration endgame content. Which we might do just for stream. Because, like, I kind of want to do all that extra stuff on my own, you know? At my own pace. So, we'll see. We'll see. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern. Expedition 33. And then we'll have a schedule for Sunday, but yeah. See y'all then. Until then, well, adios, Rika Amigos. Have a good night. Bye!